Hey Toby, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. Give me a couple of minutes, I'm just setting up. I won't be long. We might as well get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well today. As I need a haircut. Hopefully everyone's going well. We're going to learn something today. I've played around with the grid before, but never in depth. So we've got a little bit of a problem with NearBeach. This layout is perfectly fine, but when we go into this layout, we kind of want these stacked. But the problem is, if we've got a column here of all the data we want, and then another column over here, it sort of starts having a problem when we want to sort of shift things around. So if we have, let's say, another card down here that deals with, let's say, stakeholders and users and groups and so forth like that, and we kind of want to put the properties in between. What we could do with the flexbox is we could have, like, on certain views, hide it over here but show it over here, but then we're using two different components to render out the same thing. It becomes a problem, essentially, sort of a massive problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to see if grid solves our problem, so specifically CSS grid. So I've used it sparingly in the past. I don't know much about it, so yeah, let's jump straight into it. I'm just going to do this so you guys can also read along too. So what we've got is we've got a grid container, so that's how we would set it up. In this sort of case, we've got something similar to that setup, so I think we can get away with what we're doing. Both of those divs, or are they some sort of grid? So on here, these are both divs. So if we actually, what I'll do is I'll bump that off to the left so you can actually see. We've got the big one here, and then we've got the small one there. The music's a little too loud. All right, I can do that. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Otherwise, I can do it on here. There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. So yeah, the idea being is when it's in that mobile view, I was just going to put it underneath, and then we would be all happy. That way I can have these project details still as a sort of column and sort of figure it out that way. But they won't be in proper order. So the problem here is, at the moment, what I've done, I've only got two divs here at the moment, so it's a bit hard to visually see what's happening. So can you step on the mouse? What will be happening is the project information will contain everything. There'll be essentially two columns, but some of the rows in the second column will need to be inserted in random places on the first column when it's in mobile view. So that's what I'm hoping the grid will solve for me. So yeah. Yeah, we're just going to play around with it today. See if it works, see if it doesn't. If it does, yay. If it doesn't, yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we kind of got stuff already set up like this. And what I'm wanting to do also is sorry. I'm also trying to remember how I wanted to actually implement everything on here, because I haven't really fleshed it out fully yet. We'll have those two cards, then we'll have another card down here that deals with the permissions and so forth like that. I didn't know how I was going to insert that in, whether or not, let's just duplicate that node. But as you see, it's kind of like that, and I'm going to be like, so yeah. Yeah, make most of my job back in. Fair enough. Yeah, CSS is a tricky beast. So yeah. All right, and that's why we're playing around with this today. So I've usually just used Flexbox in the past, and that seems to work. And we've hit our first ad break. All right, it's cool. So during the ads, we tend to do this. I know on Twitch there won't be many people with ads at the moment because it's after the Christmas period. That's fine. I do this so no one misses out. All right, solving a cube. Easy done. I can do that right now. I don't know if you're in an ad break or not. And I'm probably going to butcher your name. Tentai. Is there a particular color you would like me to solve? And I don't know if you're in ads or not. So... but yeah, welcome. We've got about 40 seconds worth of the ads, and I don't know if you've actually hit that without seeing me solve it yet. So I'll wait till the ads are over and then I'll solve this. If you got a particular color you'd like me to solve first, you've got the choices of blue, yellow, green, white, red, and orange. Yeah. We're almost there. We've got about 10 seconds left of the ads. Sucks, can you not sit on the mouse? Alright. And welcome back, everyone. So someone just redeemed the Watch Me Solve a Cube. I just had to wait till the ads are over. Alright, I'm going to go with orange. Been a while since I've actually solved a cube now that I think about it. I purposely put them behind me so I don't fidget with them whilst I'm streaming. There's the orange. Now I'm just going to quickly do the two sides. Oh, I think that fell in place really, really quickly. All right, there's the top coming together. And now we've just got those two to do. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, we'll jump back into it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to close all of these and minimize all of this. I'm going to open up our source, our components. This will be part of project. This will be part of project page. So we're going to open up project page, and here we've got project information. We've got it all set up like that, which once again we'll be changing all of this. Socks your tail. Socks your tail. And we've joined today. Socks is here. So we want to turn this into a grid. Easy done. Let's figure out why. So if we go here, we've got a bunch of class items and so forth like that. So we've got a bunch of cards in here. So we've got grid container. Cool. And then we've got the grid items, so the children, the descendants, and so forth like that. All right, cool. We've got the grid line, the dividing lines that makes up the structure of grid. They can be either vertical column grid lines or horizontal row grid lines. Socks, stop it. And reside on either side of the row or column, for example, like that. Okay, cool. There we go. We've got the grid track. So the space between the grid lines. All right, cool. Is done, so it's just that, and then the grid area, so the space. All right, cool. And then a grid cell, which is one of them. All right, cool. So with the display, we want grid. We're just going to change it to grid. So I'm just going to go over to here. We're just going to get rid of these four. And we're going to go display grid. Easy done. We're going to go jump back over here. Container display. All right, the ability to pass grid parameters down through the... All right, cool. So we've got the grid template. Defines the columns and rows of the grid with a space-separated list of values. The values represent the track size, and the space between them represents the grid lines. All right. Track size can be a length and percentage or a fraction of the free space in the grid using the FR unit. Okay. All right. Okay, so in here it's got columns, online name or arbitrary form of. All right, so they've got columns. Easy done. That's just one. All right, cool. So if we were to do something on here, all right, so it's done this already. I'm going to bump this off to the right. We're going to play around with, I'm going to say what I'm doing exactly. So okay. I'm going to expect this. There's a reason why I'm inspecting it. XX small. 4 REM. So I'm just trying to remember the sizes I picked for all of this. Small card width, 320. All right, cool. So if I go over here, or a fraction of the free space using, all right, cool. Can be a length, a percentage, or a fraction of the free space in the grid. Okay. So, oh, Socks has just run off. Oh no, are you coming back or not? All right, you don't get camera time. I'm gonna play around with this. So let's go grid columns. Let's create 2 columns. So I'm just going to, once again, click on this. So we've got the project information. What I'm going to do over here is I'm going to go and try and remember the name. Grid template columns. Yeah, grid template columns. And I'm just going to do 320, not 320 pixels, sorry. 1 FR, and then 320 pixels. All right. So that did that really easily. And then what I'm assuming is, hi, you don't use AI to speed up the dev? No, because I want to learn. And how are you going, bad code guy? Hopefully you're going well. Because yeah, once again, I want to learn how this works and so forth like that. Yeah. I will put in a max width to this because yeah, if I go all the way out, that's gonna be a problem. So what I want to do is I've got styles, I've got my general variables in here, we've got all the large card widths and stuff like that. Trying to remember what the largest, it would technically be that plus that together on a page. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, it's nearly 7 p.m. here. Only a couple more hours left at 2025, and then 2026 will be here. So yeah, what I'm going to do, max width. I'm going to put in oh, hang on. Oh my god, small card width, thank you very much. We're just going to, it keeps defaulting to this random, see it's right there, that's correct, and it defaults to something else. I just sick of that sometimes. 1240 here, 116, alright. I'm just going to hit refresh. Ooh, I did want to put in the grid template columns. I'm going to put in, for the moment, one FR, and then followed by the XX small card width. Like so. So if I open up that, yeah, alright, cool. So now it doesn't take up the whole entire page. Which is what we don't want. We don't want that. Even that is really, really large. I'm probably definitely going to take that out. And we'll probably end up, there we go. So we've got something a little bit better, size-wise. We could... not do the double, we could just do a single X large. I think that's better. It's going to give us a lot of blank space. But we can work with it. And if the grid works out how we want it to do, what we could do is we could fill in that blank space with other widgets and so forth like that. I'll figure it out. Alright, so we've got the project information, we've got the max width. Keep that one in there at the moment like that, because I want to figure stuff out before I create new variable names and so forth like that, and set in stone how wide, maximum wide a container is on a page. You can make the menu look simple, right? Just pop up showing so much in a single page won't look good. What do you mean, sorry? So at the moment the menu isn't there, and then you would click on that. I'll also be making these properties a lot smaller, so I think I figured out how to do that. The idea is I'm going to have a class that passes through, and you can go compress, and then it'll be like, oh, if it's this, compress, and then all of these font sizes will inherit from that. So, yeah. All right, so it's kind of like that. And then what we need to do is we need to tell these components alright. Because those are card components like that. If I go to the implement, if I go into the decoration and stuff like that, yeah, we've got all of this in here. So yeah, I've got to figure properties. So many of the properties. Yeah, I would agree with that. The idea being is a lot of these will be shrunk down so your eye doesn't focus on them directly. So yeah, that's going to be part of the UI UX, but there's not too much on here at the moment. Yeah, I'm just getting the layout working. So we've got the fill out in there. Oh, I forgot what the fill out card component. All right. Because yeah, we've got to fill out where the width is, all of that, and then yeah, we do all of that kind of fun stuff. All right, cool. We do actually have a Discord. Nightbot will wake up eventually. There we go. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of these properties. Like so. It's not ideal, not what I want. Because I want this one to take up more space. Easy done. Which is why we've used on here, if we jump over here, I'll bump this over to the left so you guys can see what I'm talking about. We actually have the class XX large. And it's going to be an extra large, essentially card. And we're setting it to fill out. Now, I don't know if extra large also works in this sort of case, and I think extra large will work. Yeah, that will work. All right, cool. So I'm just going to go back over here, and I'm just going to change that out to extra large to fill out. Because the fill out will do that. And the extra large will have a maximum width of a certain amount, which we're not going to be using up too much of that, which is fine. So that will be the project details. All right, cool. We've got all of that. Yep. All right. And we've got the project information, the grid, and we've got all of that. And one problem is, what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete that. I'm just going to put 1FR. I just want to see what actually happens. So 1FR gives us this. So they're stacked on top of each other. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to put this in mobile view. So if I do that, you can see these are stacked on top of each other. Now this does have a little bit of a problem, but we'll fix that up in a minute, and that's perfectly fine. This one also has a little bit of a problem where the width just doesn't fit in here. Yeah, we've got the max width set. Oh, I think I know why. We need to take the padding out. All right, not a problem. If I go over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to find the main. I'm going to click on the project information. I'm just going to do a calc 1FR minus, I'm just going to go to REM. Oh, it doesn't work. All right. This is interesting. All right. Let's click on the large. Scroll up to that up there. So it's 354. I wonder if I get rid of the width and the margin. Not a silly question. Let me redraw this and I'll explain why. So I'm just investigating grid to see if it'll solve a very specific problem. And the problem we have is we might have a couple of different cards in here, like so. Oops. So we'll have the first one, second, and third. And at the moment, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get this second one to fit in here on mobile devices, and doing the layout with a flex row, it just doesn't work, because if we have it as a flex row, this third panel will actually belong down here, because that row sort of ends there. And that's not what we want. So we're looking at grid to see if it'll solve this problem, being like, all right, cool, we got the first one, we got the second, and we've got the third. Can we, when we're in mobile tablet view, can the second one go shooting under there and the third one under there? So yeah, I've used grid in the past, but we're talking to do simple things, and it's been a long time and I've forgotten most of it. So essentially we're relearning grid. All right, so hence I'm doing the 1F right there. And what we've got here is we've got all of those at the moment. And then what I want to do is, hang on, I'll go back to the code and I'm just going to put in card component in here like this, and I'm just going to put hello world in there. We need to actually import that in. That's just me just being lazy and doing that for the moment. If we go back into here, we should see, yeah, there we go, there's hello world down there. All right, so we're happy with this at the moment. And if I go class equals fill out, it should fill that class out. Oh, it doesn't. All right, yay. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh, it's not filling it out properly. All right, no problem. I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. But yeah, what I am going to worry about is we've got a little bit of this, and it's the top card not fitting in 100% correctly on mobile using grid. So what I want to do, I want to click on this. So we just got to do that. So it's not. Alright, it'll be 0. Oh wait. Alright. Not there yet. All right, that's it, I think. Why did I have that set like that? All right, no problem. We're gonna fix that up right now. So what I did was, under the card component, under the fill out, we've got this weird I forgot why I put that in. It's probably used for those two. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put it in up there. I'm just going to go margin 0 for this, and then yeah, it was 1.5 rem. If we go back over here, you'll notice that now it fits snugly, and that was it. We just had a bit of CSS issue. It's done. We got it fixed. All right. Now, I've got this working. So user will be able to key stuff in. We've got some properties, and then we've got the hello world. All right, so that's how we want it to appear on mobile. If I get rid of that now, it's going to be like that, but we're going to work with this. So we've got the project details, we've then got the properties, and then we've got the hello world. And if we have a look, they're all cards underneath. However, that being said, if I go back to the projects page and I go class equals card1, or card general info, and then class equals properties info. Oh, I'm just making this up as we go out, and then fill out and stuff like that. We go back into here, we have a look at this. The card general info does feed through and so forth like that, which, all right, cool, I'm happy with. But there's other details we could probably do that would be a lot better. So if we go to the general details component, here we are. So we've got the large fill out. What we can potentially do here is go general details in here. We're happy with that. With the properties, I'm just going to go into that. Sorry, I keep doing the wrong thing. In here, we could go properties component, like so, easy done. And then if we go over here, I'm just going to move this off to the left. We've now got general details in there, sweet. We've now got the properties component in there. I don't know if I can then use those classes to do what we want. That's what we're figuring out right now. So if I go down here, if I go on the projects page, I'll go down here and I do a under dot general details. I'm just going to go background color is going to be hot pink. All right. So that should be copying from there. I'm just going to copy that. I'm just going to go over here and I'm just going to paste over. Just in case I've done a spelling mistake or something. It does work. All right. I'm actually really, really happy with that. Because that is, one thing which I was a little bit scared about not working. But there I go. It's working. Hot pink is passing through. So from this, what I could do, I'm just going to put hello world here for testing purposes and so forth like that. I am going to use these to actually set up the layout on the grid. All right. So grid lines are automatically assign positive numbers from these assignments, negative one being the alternative for the very, very last row. All right, cool. But you can choose explicitly name the lines. Note that the bracket system for the line names. All right, cool. First is 40. All right, cool. All right. So that should work if I have container in there. And then if we do an @media, this is where I keep forgetting the, oh yeah, let's do this on a large screen. Once again, we'll play around with this today. Do this on a large screen. All right, cool. And then we'll have grid template columns, and we're going to have, it will be one free, and I think we put 320 pixels. So we'll have container and properties, like so. And then what we want to do so I think these will be fine here. I think we want to sort of set everything in here. So the general display, all right, cool. Now I just got to figure out where to put the items, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to minimize that and minimize that. That's perfectly fine. Oh, I hate that bug. So grid column start, number and name. Alright, so we want to go down here, grid column start, and we're going to put container. Easy done. And then grid column start, we're just going to put properties. Actually, I think it... Alright, to do 5. Alright, yep. We don't need these anymore. If we go over into the app, boom. All right, that works. That's what we want to do. However, you'll notice that this keeps extending to the very, very end. We do kind of want this to actually sort of end up here. But we'll see what happens. Grid column start, that's going to be container. I'm just going to refresh this page. Yeah, it's still got this extra stuff down here. Okay. But when we go into mobile phone view, yeah, that's working perfectly fine. If I just keep extending this out, yep, that's working perfectly fine. And then it pops into here. Oops, that's a bug. And then when it pops into here, yeah, all right. I was going to have this issue with display flex anyway, but this does solve the issue of me having to have multiple components for the one section, which is good. It might mean that we need to also have a look at this particular card itself, because this might be a custom card component, which I'm trying to make it everything as generic as possible in this sort of case. But yeah, all right, give me another second. I'm just going to refresh. What I mean is when we're in this mode here, you'll notice that this just has a maximum. And what we could potentially do if I get rid of that, it'll fill out to where we want it. But as I increase, sorry, that's a Firefox bug. It will do that, and then if I get rid of that and get rid of that, boom, it stays at that sort of level, which I kind of like. I can't do like that. Now I'm also having another thought too. So the one problem is when it's on that sort of tablet size, we kind of want to spread that data out horizontally instead of vertically. That's a good time for flex. And because we have our own, if I go into the properties component, we have our own flex in here and stuff like that, where we've got like the fill out and we've got the properties component and all that kind of stuff in here. We can manipulate that in here, not a problem. That's just going to be really simple to do. It's just this properties will be a bit different. We'll need to put those. Essentially, I'll be creating a div component in here. Yeah. I'll have to think about this. Might be one of those things that I take a page from Tailwind and I start passing down classes to sort of manipulate what I want. Which could work really well. Could work really, really well. So for example, I could state how many columns are going to be in a row or in the card itself. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just having another think. I could do card body. So there's a couple of options here. So one thing I haven't done, so usually you'll have the card component and then another component that's like the card header component. I haven't done a card body component. And it might be an idea to put that into here because then I can be like, all right, cool. With the card body, I can then pass through some extra classes where I can be, by default, it'll be a row or a column. And then I can manipulate stuff to be like, actually no, it'll be column by default because it'll be on mobile. And then I can go MD for like medium or something like that. And then you'll be like row. So when it's on medium, it'll be row and then, and so forth like that. Which could work really well. I do think that is sort of viable. We've still got the issue with the card header type of issue. So let's go to prefab. I'm just going to go to card. We've got the card header and so forth like that, and it's pretty much like this. Now the ID here, and happy Yasha, how are you going? Welcome back. How have you been? The reason why we've set up the header like this is because it's meant to take care of the main title. However, that being said, we might do this a little bit differently. If I started newly web development, how should I do it? What do you mean? Like, depends what you're trying to build also. If you're asking if you started web development, how should you go do it? I would say just build something simple and easy to start off with. If you don't know if you know programming languages and stuff like that, then you've done the hard part already. If you don't, my recommendation is learn JavaScript. It's pretty easy. On your browser, you can open up a console and click on console, and you can go var a equals hello world, and then there we go. You can go var b equals 1 plus 3. Sorry, b. There we go. You can even do stuff like you can try and grab this. You can go, oh god, there's a lot of errors. Equals document.get element by ID, like so, and there it is. You can't see it highlight on the screen, but whenever I hover over that, it highlights it. So yeah, it's my recommendation. We recommend free code camp just because it's free and you don't need to create an account with it. Move that to the right. So you can just go menu, curriculum, and then yeah, you can start sort of jumping into here. Be like, all right, cool. My recommendation. And build small things, build small projects. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, just build small things. That's my main recommendation. All right, so yeah, I might redesign the card. Yeah, all right. This is why we're doing this vertical slice. We're figuring out how we want to have all these components work together and work smoothly. Usually when you do a change like this, you gotta then follow that change through for other different areas and so forth like that. With the vertical slice, it's fine. We are only using this on a couple of pages, so not gonna take long for us to actually fix this up. So one thing we want to actually do is we kind of want to just pass through the slot stuff into here. I've mocked up the cube. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We no longer have a title and description that we're worried about. We no longer have props, so we can actually simplify this drastically. We don't have an if statement to worry about. We get rid of all of that, and this will be just slot. And then all the CSS will stay the same. We might want to keep that in. But that might be I'm getting rid of that. And then we fix this all up. No, that's not slot. What is it? we've got a perfect example somewhere. Where's the cards component? Oh, slot like that. All right, no, don't worry. I've just done the wrong thing. Slot like this. There we go. Now that's going to break a lot of NearBeach. So, for example, if we jump on the dashboard, we no longer have what we want up there. We no longer have the search on here and stuff like that. So we're going to have to actually re-implement that. And another thing we've got to do is, if you didn't notice, we actually had a main ID and so forth like that. So I will just, so we've got main title up there. So we're going to redo that. This is just going to be div path equals card header. We're all happy with that, and then it'll be slot, just like that. We're going to be fine with that. I'm just keeping these lines here just for reference. We're getting rid of that. And that should be perfectly fine. Is it New Year there? No, not yet. It is 7:30 almost. Can you raise issues so we can contribute? What do you mean? This is just the vertical slice I'm working on at the moment. You're more than happy to discuss stuff in Discord. So, yeah. And welcome, Hazai. How are you going? Hopefully going well. And also welcome, I tried to code now. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're going well. Alright, so one thing I've got to do, because I've just made those changes, is I'm going to minimize everything. I'm going to open up this, we're going to open up the source, we're going to open up the components. So the dashboard page, we open up this, we've got the card header in here. This is no longer working. So what we're going to do, we're just going to comment that out. We're just going to go card header, and then we're just going to go h1 id equals, this is where we refer back to the card header and be like, all right, what was it called? Main title. Main title, and then we go welcome to the redesign. And then we're just doing a P down here. We're just copying this. Easy done. We're just gonna paste that in there. Now the problem is if we go back here, this looks terrible. I'm tossing up whether or not to undo my delete here. I think potentially that's not going to work anyway because it's part of the slot and this is all in line and all that kind of stuff. Issues in GitHub. What are problems are there in projects so we can take one-on-one to solve and push? All right, in this sort of case, this is just a vertical slice. We're most likely just asking for feedback. And a lot of the discussion is along the lines of moving forward, what do we want to say is best practice for laying out the code and stuff like that. So yeah, this is just a vertical slice at the moment. So issues aren't really an issue at the moment. It's more sort of setting up everything. So yeah, it's not going to be functional. It's just going to be how everything's laid out and so forth to that. So yeah. And yeah, I'm not using Tailwind. Nothing against Tailwind or anything like that. It's just with the inline scope sort of stuff, I kind of prefer it doing it like this way over adding in so many different classes and stuff like that. And that's just a personal preference. All right, so that's not going to work passing that through. So what we could potentially do thinking here, because we've got multiple different ways of solving the same sort of problem. And I want to be consistent solving it moving forward. Now, what I could do in here is I could have a simple P, class that essentially states this is a subheading. So I can just go down here and I can go subheading or subtext. And I can explain to the user, being like, use this when, am I really struggling on YouTube today? Hopefully I'm not having issues on YouTube. I'm terribly sorry. It's telling me I've got a poor connection. I'm not getting the same thing on Twitch though. Use this when under a header or something like that, and you just do something like that and so forth with that. But in this sort of case, what we would want to do is we just want to copy all of this. We just want to go over into the main CSS. We'll just paste. I'm just going to do it the freaking. That way I could go into, let's say, the dashboard page, and I can just go class equals subtext like that, and then boom, we got something like that. I don't want too many sort of global classes though. But then again, I'll probably eat my own words and later and just go, no, I want them all in. So yeah, this is why we're doing the vertical slice. So we're figuring out what we want to do to solve the problems, because there are multiple different ways of solving the same problem. We want to be consistent. So in this sort of case, I'm happy with that. Now, if we get rid of that, and then we want to also do the search page. So I'll open up search. We've got the search page, we've got the search filter and the search results. Now this will be under the search filter. So if we scroll up, we've got the card header like this. So we'll just go card header down here like that. Do something like that. And then we go H1 ID equals main title, and then we can type in search projects like so, and that's it. And then if we click on the project, there we go. Then we go into here. We just now need to do it for the search, not the search page, the project page. So under the general detail component, that project page, general detail component. We've got this now. We can just make a change here like this. Whoops. ID equals main. I've already forgotten it. Why do I main title? We can do something like that. We'll get rid of that. And there we go. Cool. So yeah, doing that small little change. Yeah. So I'm just having a little think. So we've just done that little change. I'm just going to close all tabs for the moment. So we've got that all done like that. We're all happy with that. So that will help fix up this. Let's do the card body. So we're going to go to prefab. We're going to open up card. I am going to start implementing the folder structure here. So we'll have card footer folder. and we'll have the card header folder. So we just need to move the footer to the footer. We need to refactor. That will hopefully fix all of that. We need to move that into there, and then we'll have card body. And then in here we'll have new view component. We'll go card body component, like so. Whether I'm going to rename that. All right. All right, cool. So the reason why I'm not calling it card body component is because we don't want to use it specifically as a component. We'll have the card component, and then the card body stuff will belong under it. Yeah, that's why. Alright, give me a couple of seconds, I'm just playing with this thing still. In here, what we want to do is we want to add in a simple solution. We're just going to go div class equals card body, and then we're passing through the slot. That's it. This is a very, very simple component. The idea is we'll just go card body, display is going to be flex, flex direction is going to be a column on mobile phones, and from here what we want to do is we kind of want to implement at media. Is when we want to snap it from a column into a row, and this is where I'm going to bring up the media variables, but I'm just going to put them off to the right. So we've got a small screen. Being 640, so about that big, and that could potentially that could potentially do what we want. Medium screen. So anything bigger than a 640. Yeah, this is where we're so I'm having a think how I want to tackle this problem again. So, an Elemental Magic's card game. How are you? How are you going, Elemental? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome back. We are just figuring out something. So whilst trying to figure out something, we've come across another problem that we need to sort of figure out, and I'm just thinking how I can do it. So what I've got is, we go down here, let's just do, we've got a mobile page. And then we've got components in there. Oh, I want to do more than that. At what point does this lay out differently? I ran idris2 in the browser. I don't know what idris2 is. What is it? Or I've forgotten what it is. functional programming language with first class types. Okay. Ooh, not neat. How was it? All right. Estimated 550. All right. Not fair enough. I'm just going to put things on this page. So what we'll have is we'll have column. I want to see, it's been a while. My brain. Layout, breakpoints, containers. All right, containers. So we've got container small. Yeah, I could potentially do something like that. I'm also having a look at Tailwind. I'll do that so you guys can read. So they've got different sizes for the columns and stuff like that. Okay, which is, I don't want to set size though. I kind of want it flexible. So a good example would be if I have 3 columns and you shrink it, at one point they'll line up like this, but when you do something like that, there'll be 3 equally sized columns, and then as the page expands more, it'll still be 3 equally sized columns. So that's kind of what I want. I'm trying to remember what the thing was before, and I think it was called MD3. It's kind of a row column gutters. So I don't want to deal too many classes in. Because once again, I want to keep this as simple as possible. I'm not writing my own CSS framework or anything like that. Definitely not. We want to keep it as simple as possible. So, in this, what these classes are saying is when it's small, it's going to be 6, so it's going to be out of 12, so that would mean it's 50%. We kind of want to do a similar sort of thing here, where we've got we've got col, where all of these are columns, and then what we can do yeah, I'm from Australia. We're about 4 hours and 20 minutes till the new year. As I try and figure this out, how I want to actually tackle it, so that way I can use it moving forward. Because I can see myself wanting to do this. So, with the card body is going to be a row by default, a column by default. After a certain size, it will, should we make it a row and then wrap everything around? Oh, this is going to be a pain. Alright, hang on. We might need to create a blank page for this and actually do something in it. Alright. Yeah, let's do that. Let's create a playground page. So we're going to go to components. We're just going to right-hand click. We're going to create a new directory, playground. We're just going to right-hand click. We're just going to create a new playground component. Easy done. This will be as simple as possible. This will be class equals card body. Div class equals card 1. We're just going to cover that a bunch of times. Like so. Down here, we're just going to go dot card body. We're just going to go display flex. Flex direction. All right, by default, it's going to be column. And then what we're going to do is card 1, we're going to set up card. Yeah, we'll set up all of this. I think it's going to be pretty easy. Famous last words. Where's my route stuff? Router. I'm going to go router. We're just going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. We're just going to go down here. We're just going to go path equals logout. Meta is going to be just call destination logout. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. The children is going to be no children. I'll just put children in because I've got it everywhere. Actually, dashboard component. Yeah, it's just component. Yeah. I need to import the component. Background page equals this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to import it from that components, playground, playground, and play. Yeah, that was weird. Component, and that's going to be playground page. All right, cool. Why is this complaining? All right, source, components, playground. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. Happy. Cool. just going to refresh. Yep. I've just forgotten to do that. All right, so if we click on the logout, we've reached this page. All right, cool, easy done. What we're going to do is we're going to go into here. What we're going to do is we're going to set the width being, let's say 75 view width. Easy done. Min height is going to be, let's say 50%. Let's say 50% view height. All right. Background color is going to be hot pink. All right, and we're happy. If we go back over here, we've got nothing on the page. That's a bit of a concern. We've got the. Actually, let's not call it card body. Let's call it playground body. Or playground, I should say. So min height. Why are you not working? None of that's working. I'm just gonna refresh again. Oh, I've done that all in card body. Whoops. All right, sorry. Let's just undo everything that I've done here. Let's just close this. Let's go back over here. All right, let's call this playground. I'm just going to rename this playground. All right, so straight away, width is going to be, view width. All right, cool. Min height is going to be, let's say 50% view height. Background color is going to be hot pink. And let's have a look. Done. All right, cool. Now I'm just going to key in card one. Background color is, let's say, going to be sky blue. And then card two, background color is going to be brown. Cool. We're just doing this till we play around with how we want to set this all up. Background color is going to be blue violet. And the color, not the sadness. What the fuck? Salmon. Alright, cool. Alright, and from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go div width is going to be 100%. Right, cool. We're also going to go min height is going to be 10 pixels at least. All right, cool. So there it is. If we've got flex direction equals a column, it does that no matter what. However, if we do that as a row, it does that, which is not what we want. Because what we want is each one of these to be 100% width. Which is a bit annoying, but I think if we go flex wrap, we we can always do the wrap like that. All right. Easy done. So we're happy with that. Now, this is where I'm going to change a couple of the widths and so forth like that. I'm going to make 2 of them 50%. All right, yeah, let's do that. So, just going to delete that. And the reason being is I'm just going to paste these in like here, because now I can be doing this as a variable sort of thing. So if I go 50% and 50%, does something like that. And then if I do something really weird, I pick 75%, it's going to do something like that. All right, cool. I think I know where I want to go with this now. All right. Let's pick a couple of percentages. So I'm just going up here. We're gonna go for the width. Let's do 25, 50, 75, and 100% as sure. And then we've got the 33%, and then we've got the 66%. And I think that should cover the vast majority of stuff. All right. I hit the escape key, didn't I? All right, so if we did this 1 to 12, that would be 3. And the reason why 1 to 12, 12 has more divisible whole numbers. That would be 3, that would be then 4, that would then be 5, that would then be 6, that would then be 8, 9, that, actually no, sorry, that will be 6, that will be 4, that will be 6, that will be 66 will be 8, and then 9 would be that, and then that would be 12. I think so. 12 on 12 is 100. 9 on 12. Oh, I've got that calculation wrong. Oh no, got that right. 75%. All right, cool. 8 on 12, 66. Yeah. But we're missing a couple of numbers. So for example, 1 and 2 and so forth like that. Whether I include them later, I don't think so. Yeah, all right. Okay, cool. So, going down here, getting rid of all of that, keeping that one in there for obvious reasons. What we're going to do is, by default, width is going to be 100%. And then we've got the small screen, medium screen, large screen, and so forth like that. And what we could do, potentially do, is at media full screen, and then we'll add in stuff to that. In fact, what I'll do is I'll get rid of that and I'll set this all up to be all of that. And then we've got medium screen. We'll have large screen, an extra large screen, and then 2x large screen, which I don't think we'll need at the moment. I think just the large screen because we'll stop things at a certain width. And then what we could potentially do. Sorry, I'm just having a quick think. All right, we could have breakpoints. So, for example, col 3, col 4, col 6, col 8, and so forth like that. So, oops, col 3, col 4, col 6, col 8, col 9, col itself. Or we can have it as col 25, col 33, col 50, col 66, which I'm preferring, col 75, and col 100, or col, which I prefer, just because it spells out the percentage with 0 decimal points. So, all right. But then if we want to do stuff at different screen sizes too. Yeah. So I'm just giving myself, just in my head's rattling like there's no tomorrow at the moment. I'm just going to deal with the basic sort of expansion at the moment. We're going to deal with this, just this, and then we'll probably look at the permutations of that. So we could do it default to 100% and then have later on for a, let's say a medium screen, we could have a col MD 25. All right, we can look at that. So on a medium screen, it will finally break apart. Bought two 32 gigabytes DDR5 sodium megahertz of RAM for €200 secondhand, unopened, and a receipt with it. That's a fairly good deal, Brennan. I honestly don't know. I haven't bought RAM in such a long time that I don't know the price of RAM at the moment. Sorry. So hopefully it is. I do hear it's expensive at the moment, but yeah. And how are you, Mega Burger? Hopefully you're going well. Alright, so if I were to do this, and then I have these sorts of values, so I'm just going to copy this, I'm just going to bring this down, I'm just going to put this in here, it's going to cause a problem, that's perfectly fine, we're going to deal with it. So, in the small screen, with a col 3, all of a sudden, sorry, that's meant to be a and dot col 3, like that. That's going to say that the width is no, not col 3. 25. It's going to be the width is going to be 25%. N.col, we had 33. The width is going to be 33%. Easy done. N.col, and then we've got we went straight up to 50. The width will be 50%. And then the n.col 66, that will be width is 66%. And then the n.col that will be 75. And then the width is just going to be 75%. Easy done. So that's with the small screen. So anything on the small screen and bigger, boom, it does that. And we can do I feel like if we go copy this, paste it into here, format the page, we can do MS for medium screen. In here, and I feel like this will behave how we want it to. I can hear the keyboard more than you. It is anywhere from 500 to 800 from retailers. Holy hell! Damn. And I could bring the mic closer to my face. Is that a bit better? Hopefully that's a bit better. And thank you, Justin. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. So yeah, we're figuring this out because I've never built something like this before. I've never done any CSS frameworks or anything like that, so this is all new to me and how this will work. I'm going to put large screen in here for this, and I think this works. Then we can get rid of a lot of this. And what we could do is we could probably rid of, we won't get rid of the card info there, but this will be flex direction is row. That's fine. But what we could potentially do is, let's go col 25, col 50, and then col 25, like that. So we got that working, and then if I, that's what we want. All right, cool. Now, let's do, no socks. Do col, don't sit on my keyboard. Let's do col 50/50. And then we'll do medium screen 50, and then col medium screen 50. So the first two should be lining up, and then you got col. All right, let's go over here. Let's put this into mobile format. So let's just go straight into iPad. All right, cool. So they're all in columns, which is what we want. That's perfectly fine. And then as we increase it to tablet size, we've got 50/50 up here, which is what stated with the col. And then we've got the medium screen. When we hit the medium screen, we'll 50/50 down there. Perfect. That's what we want. All right. I'm happy with that. All right. So the next thing I want to do is, I don't know if I want to do this as a body, like a card body, or if I create my own row component, which then has all of this stuff in here, and which then sort of implies it can be used anywhere else. And I'm kind of heavily leaning on that at the moment. Yeah, just because I think that will be a better solution. And the reason being is I can then just use this anywhere. It doesn't necessarily need to happen in a card body, per se. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna call it card road. I'm gonna get rid of card body. So under the prefab card, we're just going to right hand click on the card body and we're just going to delete. Bye-bye. All right, cool. Easy done. Ooh, we've hit an ad break. All right, cool. I think I've accidentally missed the last couple of ads and I do apologize. This time of year we don't get as much ad revenue. I know that some countries just don't have ads on Twitch. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads because they suck. Yet to see me do this and probably prat a little bit more. We tend to stop working so no one misses out on any content. Yeah. Hopefully everyone's going well this evening. It is New Year's Eve. It's 4 hours left of this year, so yeah. Yeah. All right. I am almost finished this cube. And I remember I've got to pick this one up tomorrow, so hopefully I sleep well tonight. Okay, we've got about 20 seconds of the ads left. I will have this cube solved by then. Easy done. I gotta find out some better, faster algorithms for this. One day. One day. So, yeah. Anyway, and welcome back, everyone. So, yeah. Having played around with this playground, I'm going to say let's create a row component. So this is going to be a prefab. We're going to right hand click. We're going to go view component. We're going to go row component. Actually, sorry, we're going to create the folder first. Right hand click. We're going to go row component. It's going to be very, very simple. It's just going to be div class equals row. We're passing through the slot data because that's what we want. In the playground view, I'm just going to essentially copy all of this. We're just going to go over into here. We're just going to paste it in. We're just going to go all the way up and we're just going to type in row for the class. So we've got the flex, we've got the direction, all that kind of fun stuff in here. We don't need the minimum height, we don't need the width. In this sort of case, we actually do need the width. Width is always going to be 100%. Background color we don't need. We do need the wrap. Yeah, I think this is how we solve the card body problem. Yeah, let's go. This one's fine. We're going to go to our project page here. We're going to solve this one very, very quickly. Now, ooh. I do need actually. I do need 100 in there. So what I mean is we're going to have a case where it's going to be in a row when it's on small. On tablet sizes, it's going to be 33% across. And then when it's on the full page, it's going to be back in that column. So what I want to do is I want to include an upper limit again. So what we're going to do is call 100, width is going to be 100%. And that's That's going to be the magic. There's going to be MS. It's going to be large screen. All right, cool. So, yeah. All right, that's not going to be a problem. Row component. Let's go back to the projects page. What we want to actually deal with is the properties thing. So we're going to go to the declaration. We're all sort of happy with all of this. Extra small. I'm going to get rid of that. I think fill out we wanted. Yeah, that's the problem. We've got this on here. 1024. Sorry, I'm just going to bring up my variables for a second. I think we want extra. Oops, this was meant to be. Mucked that up, didn't I? Project page. Let's scroll down here. We've got the we've got the project information. Oh, that's not. That's meant to be properties information. Properties. Alright, cool. And then styles. We want variables. We want general variables. No. Actually, yeah, yep. Card width, because this is all the card width. Yeah, we wanted extra large card width. Because the default for the card width, well, sorry, I'm going on a roundabout. I should actually go into here. Extra large. A large card width. Large card width, yep. So just large. So the card itself has a maximum width, and these classes change that. So I'm just putting in a large, and as you see, it'll take up the whole screen, which is what we want. It is knocking over, I think. Yeah, it's been knocked over, but I'll fix that up in a minute. Give me a couple of seconds. Let's get the layout working first, and then I'll fix up all the overlay. Yeah, might be one of those things that I sort of put a lot of stuff into variables, so that way I can deal with the changes in just one spot. So for example, the margins and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll get to it in a minute. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted with the cube again. So, got all of that. So I'm happy with all of that now. And then what I want to do is I want row component in like this. I could just do a div class, div class col 100 h3. Oops. Properties like that, and then I just need to cut these out. So that one to. Actually, it's just going to be easier if I go delete, go all the way down here, finish that off, and then just do that. Linters, making them work for me. Oh, actually, no, I want this to be 2 row components. No, I want it like this. All right, cool. Then we got to do class equals col md. Sorry, col small screen. We'll already do it with a small screen, so we'll do col 33 and then col when it's on a large screen 100. I think that's what we want. If I go back over here, we haven't set everything up yet. I'm just going to refresh. I'm just having a look at how this is working. So we've got a col 100 and then we've got a col 33. We've got a row component which isn't working because we haven't imported it. So I'm just going to import that very, very quickly. So that just gets imported like that. And then boom. All right. This is fine. We'll fix this all up in a second. We're just going to get this all working. So, col 100 doesn't work. Because that should be 100. This one doesn't have a width or anything. But the row should... Alright, I'm just going to go back to the row component. So we've got div class row, which should be put into here. Yeah, that should be fine. That's the card component. That's the class card, all that kind of stuff. Yep, cool. And then we've got the row. We don't have a width of 100%. So that's what we want, width of 100%. And then for this is meant to be width 33%. For this one, and then 33%, and then 33%. Yeah, we'll also need to figure out padding and how all of that sort of works. Yeah, we'll get to that next. Let's get things laid out first, then deal with all of the fine tuning. Because it could be very, very simple for us. Because we might already have padding on the form group, in which case then we don't want to apply it. And yeah, we can then apply a space between and have everything just that tiny bit padded less. Yeah, I've got an idea to solve this. All right, so let's get back into here. So we've got the row component. So we've got the row, we've got we've got all of that. I'm just gonna go background color is hot pink. That's just to make sure that's certainly working. Yep, that's certainly working. We can see that it is definitely trying to escape the bounds, but we should be perfectly fine with this. That should... I do have a col 100 in there. So the div, it should be taking over this. So the div row, and then everything underneath it. It should be definitely taking care of that. Yeah, this is weird. So we've got the row. Yeah, we've got the hot pink. And then we've got the div class underneath it, which that should be handling. I just want to see one thing. We're going to pick blue violet. It's going to do a refresh. It's going to open up this. And I'm going to put it back down to here. And then I'm just going to shrink it to about here. Yeah, that div is not 100%. Alright, I'm getting rid of the hot pink. Doing that. This worked on other pages. I did this just before, where I got to the child. Like right here. Hang on, where's my row component? I'm gonna do that. So we've got a div.row. We do it right here. Oh, wrong one. Sorry, we do it on the project one. So the general details container, and if I go background color hot pink, oh, I don't know why we're doing it. Oh wait, oh, hate that bug. There you go. It's doing it there. And that's no. But this is part of the slots, whereas those are rendered in. Alright. Give me 2 seconds. VueJS pass inline CSS to slot. Okay. View passing inline CSS to child components. Here we go. You're using Vue and Vue.js. Yada yada yada. Alright, cool. So they've got the template, they've got the Vue container. Problem in the case is basically what VD is supposed to solve in a CSS world, which is not going to solve your problem here though. You don't have native elements and Codex layer div, so it doesn't reach the destined component. In the drive, alright, I don't think that's what we're after. Scope CSS, which is what we're doing, scoped. So that's at just that template level, but I was hoping it would include the children. However, the parent's component styles will not leak into child components. However, a child's components root node will be affected by both the parent's scope CSS and the child scope CSS. It's by design so the parent can style the child root element for layout purposes. Alright, cool. If you want a sector scope to be deep, i.e. affecting child components, you can use the deep pseudo class. All right. Let's try that out. Let's go back into the row component. Let's try that here. Let's go dot row. I'm just going to paste that in deep, and then we're going to have col 100, and we're going to go background color is going to be hot pink. I'm also going to remove that hot pink from over here because it's going to drive me nuts. I think I did it. All right, cool. There it is. All right. Oh, it's fucking bug. All right, cool. So it looks like I'm gonna have to use the deep stuff in here, which, all right, I'm not too fussed about at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write deep here, and we know it's a div element. There we go. Sorry. But then I need to do a deep here too. Now, did we do any 25s on the properties? We did 33s. So oh wait, we did them as medium screens. I don't know why I keep doing the 25s. No problem. So we did col 33. Might be a case of us doing it something like that. Doing something hot pink. Because yeah, we do have Cole's 33s in there, which is right there. I hit refresh. Yeah. So the next thing after this, if this doesn't work, what we could do is we could do this at a higher level. Instead of doing it in a component, we can actually do it at a higher level. I'm more than happy to create another CSS file, and then we just implement it in there. Not a problem. We've done that already for accessibility, so yeah, we could just include it in there where we're like, all right, cool, if the class is row, then you follow these particular sort of guidelines. I'm sort of heavily leaning on that at the moment. feel like that would be a probably better solution. The other thing I could potentially do is, considering we're using CSS Grid, I could implement this with CSS Grid also. But that being said, then I've got to implement everything with CSS Grid, which is a bit of work to do. However, that being said, it means every single component will follow its own sort of weird structure. I don't need to worry about setting up any of this sort of framework. It does become a little bit better. It really does. Yeah. Once again, we've got multiple solutions for the same problem. It's how we actually solve it and how we want to actually solve similar problems in the future. We're sort of setting up with this. That way we're consistent with how we're solving it up. And having this in as a row does kind of make it harder. I'm going to say we're just causing too much trouble with the row component at the moment. I'm just going to delete it. Later on, I might come back and review whether or not we want to actually use it. That's perfectly fine if we don't. The playground was a good proof of concept. What we actually want to do now is we want to go back into the properties. We're getting rid of this row component. We're getting rid of this and this. We're just reshaping everything. What we want down here is we want status as the class. I'm priority, story points. We'll come back. Class equals going to be start date. Class equals going to be end date. Alright, so we've done a full circle now. We're coming back. So I'm kind of happy with, oh, I hate that fucking bug. I'm kind of happy with how to get this to work with the grid. We're going to do the same thing with the properties. So now, if I move this down to here, we've got it like this. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do, large, fill out, properties. I'm going to go down here. We're not going to worry too much about that just yet. We're just going to go dot properties. We are going to do that. Actually, yeah, I'm going to do it like that. All right, cool. And then what we want to do, we want display grid. We want grid template columns. And that's going to be one FR. All right, cool. If I move this into this mode, let's actually go over here and do 640 as a width. That's pretty wide. So what we can do is we can do 2 columns with this one. So at this, we're going to go at media, and we're going to go screen, small screen. We're going to do grid template columns. We're going to go 1 FR, and then boom. that instantly does that for us. However, we want to tweak this slightly. What we're going to have is this is going to be covering 100%. We can do that with the grid. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just having a quick think with this. So we'll have. Oh, we've got an ad break. All right, cool. Welcome back to the ads. Yay! It is currently 8:30 here. We've got 3.5 hours to the new year, so we're getting there. I won't be streaming to the new year, most likely not, because I got to wake up really super early tomorrow and pick someone up. So yeah, judging from this, they're landing there, got a house, all right, cool, that will probably take me an hour and 5, probably a little bit longer to get to the airport. All right, so that means if I leave just shortly before they, all right, cool, I could do that. All right, and sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what time I got to wake up and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, into the airport is a bit of a trek from here. Yeah, hopefully no traffic tomorrow. Anyway, we've got about 15 seconds left of the ads. So I think I've got an idea. I think this grid would work with us shaping things around rather than doing the flex. Yeah. That way we could do some funky stuff with it. Anyway, welcome back everyone. Cool. So, going back to this, what we've got is, yeah, we've got this. So, grid start, we could do, like, now, does that number, this item will span across the grid start, grid column end, all right, 2. So, when I'm in here, the H3 will then become grid column start. That's going to be 1, and grid column end. That's going to be a 2. So if I go over here, that didn't do anything. All right. Damn it. Background color hot pink. Actually, I know why this didn't work. It's meant to be in its own thing down here. Media, small screen, and then what we want to do, grid column start 1 and grid column end 2. We can get rid of this here. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to refresh. No, it didn't work. All right. Making sure that that's getting the right thing. I'm just going to go background color hot pink. Yeah. All right. Cool. So that's working. I just can't get those to do what I want it. Do what I want it to do. Start and end. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so first, second, third. I might have. There you go. I had it wrong. So, you got the first line here, you got the second line there, and then you got the third one. I didn't realize that we're going from line to line. So yeah, there we go. That one's easy. So then we've got these two like this. We've got the story points like this. Now, story points itself doesn't actually have a correct margin added to the bottom of it. We'll fix that up in a minute. But also story points and start date and end date. I'm just wondering if we should do 3 columns. Oh, I'm sick and tired of that bug, aren't I? Alright, moving this up like this. I think we could potentially do 3 columns. Because it's quite large until we get to it. And we don't have an extra small screen size. Because yeah, when we're dealing with iPhone and stuff like that, see, that's fine like that. If we rotate it, yeah, it's gonna be, all right, cool. All right, no, not to worry. I'm gonna do 3 columns. Let's see how that goes. What we want to do here then is we want to do 1FR. We then want to do that to be all the way like that. So then these should be all 100%. Now I might just have to go div. We're at media small screen. Yeah, why has that one shrunk? All right, let's might be one of those cases that we do this class by class. All right, cool. Let's get rid of that. Sorry, this should be, we'll have status priority. And then we'll have start date. End date. This will be story points. I'll move things around and so forth like that. So having a look at this, I don't think shrinking the start date and end date would work. I think keeping them rather spaced is going to work because you got the date, time, and all that kind of stuff in there. When the user clicks on that, it'll bring up the stuff. So in this sort of case, what we kind of want is 6 even columns. So one row will be essentially half and half, and the first row will be in thirds. So going up here, let's do grid template. So we've got like we've got the grid rows in here. So to do row 1 start, row 1 end. All right. Yeah, by going in here. Okay. That one's doing. The FRI unit allows you to set the size of a tracker as a fraction of the free space of the grid container. As an example, we'll set each. All right, cool. Is there a way of us doing it like 6 of them? Repeat. Column start. Which is equivalent of 20 pixels column start, 20 pixels column start, 20 pixels. All right, cool. So that will be repeat 6 like that. Then with the H1, that's set in stone. It's this small screen stuff, in which case there'll be column start. And then I think column end is going to be that, the 7, in which case that is correct. And then we're dealing with this now. As you can see, it is going off the block. That's perfectly fine. What we're going to do is we're going to include a secondary row. So we're going to go grid template rows. We're going to go repeat. We're just going to go 2 1F like so. So there'll be 2 rows. In fact, no, there's going to be 3 rows. That's all fine and dandy. And now we're just got to fill everything out. So when the at media is going to be small screen, we want the status to have grid column start. It's going to be a 1. Grid column end is going to be a 2. So that sits in there perfectly fine. And then we're going to deal with the priority next. We're going to go grid column start is going to be 1, and then the grid column end. Actually, no, that's not going to be a 1. That's going to be a 2, and then that's going to be a 3. We've also got to do this with the row. So grid row start is going to be a 1, and the grid row end is going to be a 2. We've been very explicit in this sort of case. We're going to be like, all right, cool, this is how it's going to fit. Now, the one problem is this card section is really large. So notice how the overlay is just absolutely bonkers huge. I'm going to have to figure out why in a couple of minutes, but that's perfectly fine. We'll continue doing this. We'll put the story points. Oops, now I've made a mistake. That's meant to be 2 and a 3. Like so. All right, cool. Now the properties themselves, that's because it's all right, cool. We can fine tune that. That's probably going to be how many? What did we say? The let's say 10 pixels, and 1 FR, and then 1 FR. All right, we'll figure this out in a second. Don't worry about how we're causing that to be a problem. All right, so we've got that. We've got the start date. We've got the story point. So I'm gonna move the story points. Oops. Up under priority. Oh, I've got to do the media for this one. easy done. This will be grid column start, and this one will be starting at 3. Grid column start. End at 4. And I just realized I made a mistake. I made this all 6. So I've now got to change all of this. Damn it. Alright, not a problem. We'll deal with this in a second. We're just going to paste everything in. We can tweak everything once this is all finished. The start date. So grid column start. That will be a 1. Grid column end will be a 3. This will be a grid row start. That will be a 3, and grid row end will be a 4. I'm just going to grab those 4 lines. We've got the at media. We've got the small screen. Oops. This will be a 3 and finish at a 6. And we go over here, and it's looking a little bit better. It does look like something in there. And we've got a bit of margin and all that kind of stuff. And once again, we'll figure out how we're going to solve a lot of this CSS stuff as we go along. Let's do we still do want a bit of space in between those. I'm happy with that space. I'm just more concerned that, yeah, this is it's knocking out a little bit, but it's also taking away from the story points. Like, this has reached its max size, which I'm not happy with. Because yeah, this is meant to be meant to be that big. Yeah, it's meant to be all like that. Except not the view width or anything like that. Now this might be because I'm not an expert at the grid layout yet. And let's go CSS grid, third, 3 even columns. Let's just read it out. So yeah, we're kind of doing something like that, which is what we want. Repeat 3, The common answer of that is not quite correct. All right, cool. This is because one FR is about the distribution of available space. This breaks as soon as the contents comes bigger than the track size. By default, it does not overflow and adjust the column width accordingly. That's why not going to be equal. Actually, it's just rather shorthand for min-max. All right, cool. If you need the exact to be exact columns width, you should use min-max 0, 1F allows a grid to be as small as 0 but as large as 1F, creating columns. Alright, cool. So that's perfectly fine. What we want to do is we want to go into here. We're going to do this, but we're going to make it a 6. Like so. And I tried to code now. When did you try, what did you change it to? All right, now notice how they're stacking on into each other. That's perfectly fine. That's kind of what we want. What we want to also do at the same time is we're going to fix a couple of things. We're going to have a look at the properties. So the properties themselves, I'm going to have a look at the computer, the font size. So the font size is not there. Oh god, where's the font size? It doesn't really matter. We can actually go in here with the H3. We've got the margin of that, but what we want to do is we want to go into the main, and I'm just checking. Oh, okay, cool. Then I'm just going to go into here, and I'm just going to go 1.5 rem. Now, we're just going to make that 2 rem. 2.5 rem. Alright, sweet. So that one's done. And then we've got one free row, which I'm happy with those laying out like that. And then all we need to do here now is this one's fine. It's the grid column start. That actually, because we're breaking it up into threes, we go 3, 3 to 5, and then 5 to 7. And there we go, we've got everything laid out perfectly. Now we do need to fix the fact that this is bleeding out to the right. That's fine, we'll get to that in a minute. We're just trying to get this auto laying out as well, we want it to work. Alright, so we've got that done now. I've just got to do the start date and end date down there. Alright, sorry, I am just quickly doing this. Okay, cool. So that should, with the start date, with the column grid end, that should be at 4. That should be a 4, and then that should be a 7. And there we go. And I'm going to fix up the story points very, very quickly with the label. We've got the line height. I think I've just got to, with the number picker, I'm going to go down. We've got the label. I don't think we've put in the label in here correctly. Because it should be the same as that. But why is that one? Margin bottom 6 pixels. All right. All right, give me a couple of seconds. I've just got to get to the text area. I just want to double check down here. All right, I mean, I want to get rid of the pixels eventually. There we go. Now another thing I do kind of want to check out is notice out that these are not, they're overlapping with each other still. We'll need to fix that up. So the idea being is we've got probably some margin or padding going against something in here. And I'll need to essentially make sure it doesn't do that. So I'm getting distracted with my cube again. a bit annoying. I'm just gonna hit refresh. Alright, no, not a worry, don't worry. I must have edited something locally and it's handled it. Alright, cool. So that looks really, really good. That's working. I'm just gonna search CSS grid margin between columns, padding. So column gap, 1 EM, 20 pixels. All right, cool. Let's go column gap. Just going to do this on this directly, and we're just going to go column gap. One REM is a little too much. I think 0.5 REM works really, really well. Yeah, I don't mind that. That's looking really nice. All right, let's go back into the properties component. And what we're going to do is we're going to have grid column gap being 0.5 REM. Is done. That's going to be like that. I'm just going to refresh to remove any local sort of stuff. We do have, yeah, I'll fix that problem up in a second. Our next problem is once it gets to this stage to put it back to normal. So 10, so after the large screen, so when it's small screen, we're all happy with that. And then what we want to do at media, large screen, we're just going to go grid template columns. That's just going to be one FR, and that's it. And that's going to stack everything up, which is going to be really annoying. In which case, we do the H3 media large screen. That's just going to be grid column start. It's just going to be a 1. Grid column end. That's going to be a 2. That's going to put that up to there. And I think that's going to be pretty much the similar sort of situation for all of these. So we'll do just priority and status. See how that goes. Oh, they're bunched up to there. All right, and that's probably because of this grid row stuff. In which case what we want to do is a grid template rows. We want a repeat of, now how many components are there again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like so. And H3, yep, that's perfectly fine. And then this will be grid row start, that will be 2, grid row end, that will be 3. I'm just going to grab those, I'm just going to paste those into there. We'll fix this up in a second, but this also gives us the ability to shuffle things around. Actually, once again, it's actually going to be a 5, and then it's going to be 2.5 REM. There we go. Bunches all of that up. So the H3 we're dealt with. This is going to be 2nd to 3rd. This is going to be 3rd to 4th. Oh. Sorry. 3rd to 4th. 4th to 5th. 5th to 6th. 6th to 7th. And there we go. Fireworks. Alright. There is an ad break on them at the moment. Give me a couple of minutes. I'm just going to see where the cats are. Make sure that they're inside. Yeah. Okay. I'm back. Alright. So, let's start fixing up all this page layout and stuff like that. Let's start small. Let's start here. So this is not quite working how we want it to. There is actually, it's not 100%. And what I mean is the card itself is not filling out the whole page. And then when we fill out the whole page, it does something like that. So if I refresh, and I do this, so yeah, it's why? Yeah, I don't know why. If I do 0.5 rem, yeah, it's something somewhere is pushing it all out. If I do 100% width, all right, no margin, we've got this extra stuff in here, in which case it kind of makes sense because of the padding. We're like, all right, cool. So if we have a look at the card itself with the padding, we've got 0.25 rem top and bottom, and 0.5 rem on either side. So if we take into consideration the we go calc 100% minus 1 rem. That was it. All right, cool. So I'm going to do that update right now. So that would be, let's just close up, let's close everything. Let's minimize everything. I want to fix this up, because once I fix this up and then I fix up a few other things, how we're going to get things laid out on the page and so forth like that will think we'll have it consistent. Let's just say that. All right. So the first things first is we want to go into components. We want to go into prefab. We want to go into card. We want to go into card component. So max width. There we go. That's set in stone. But with the width. All right. Margin, auto. Okay. But when we got it saying to be filled out, so it'll use the whole thing. We've got the width being calculated there. Yeah, that will be just a 1 REM because of the padding. And then, yeah. And then it'll be 2 and 4. 2 and 4. All right, cool. So if I hit refresh now. Yep, cool. Cool. All right. Let's start moving up to an iPad. Yeah, so now we're moving off the screen. Notice how we can do all of that stuff again. So I'm going to refresh. We're going to once again click on the card. We have margin 0.5 REM. So that's just got to be still a 1. Oh, maybe a bit. No. I'm just going to hit refresh again. We're going to hit the div, that one. So we've got 2 REM. We've got nothing else causing it, right? Wait. Wait, we have padding. We've got padding. 1 REM. On either side. Alright, we forgot to take into calculation the padding for this. So it's 1 on either side, so I think it'll be a 3. Alright, cool. So this will be a 3. And then I'm guessing this will then be a 5. So we're happy with this. If I now go to a laptop. Oh, alright. I'm going to jump onto a different page. I'm going to have a look at this one first. So we've got the card. We're all happy with that. That's margin in. If we go fill out, that will just go over there. We do have a bit of padding on either side, but it's a 0.5 REM. Oh no, that's margin. Padding 2 REM. And 1 REM at the top, but that's not being taken care of on that. All right. No, it's margin. Sorry, I flipped them around in my head around the wrong way. All right, it is a 0.5 margin that is causing that problem. If we go back into, let's say, the project, let's go into here. I'm just going to refresh the page. So on a laptop screen, we now need to fix up what's over here. This should be fixed. This thing should be fixed. The hello world is not, but that's perfectly fine. I'm going to get out of that mode and I'm going to get rid of that so you guys can hopefully see this little issue over here. So if we click on the card itself, we've got to fill out and all that kind of stuff. We've got now in this sort of case, yeah, it's the Yeah, in this sort of case, we've got to do something special. All right. So I've got a couple of things rattling around in my head because this is actually a smaller sort of card in itself, the width-wise. What I kind of want to do, I want to decrease the padding inside it too, but that shouldn't matter. These are taking up all the free space, which is all that width. In which case, I just want to check one thing. So CSS grid, not ignoring padding. So my theory is if I get rid of for this particular card, if I go padding is going to be 0 in here. Oh, it kind of shrinks down to that. Oh. And then width is 100%. Oh, there we go. It does something like that. So the grid is potentially ignoring the padding. Second, remove the width 100% on the container. All right, cool. When you set the footer display grid, it becomes or remains a block level element. Such elements automatically occupy the full width of the parent. All right. Damn. All right. So if that's the case, I do that. Let's just hit reload. Let's just get the basic CSS in. All right, so I'm gonna click on this. We're going to ignore fill out. Cool, does that mean I don't need fill out anymore with the card component? Probably right. If I do that, why is that not now doing it? But that one works perfectly fine. Okay. So I'm just having a quick think. Yeah, I want these to be
full width. All right. Let's go into here. I'm just going to reload this again. Yeah, we've got that problem. I'm not too worried about it. So if we get rid of fill out, we've got extra large. We'll have the max width. I'm gonna do something crazy. So we've got our card, got the margin auto and all that kind of stuff. I'm just going to get rid of some of that. So on a medium screen, we've got padding. On a large screen, we've got all of that. All right, cool. And then we've got the XX small, all of this sort of stuff. I'm just going to get rid of it. So now we've got something like this, and this is how we kind of want to work with. Now with the padding itself, we get rid of the padding. Completely. Yeah, I'm going crazy with this now. That certainly works. Gap. So that's gap. 10%. We don't want 10%. Kind of want, all right, I'm gonna go back. We want to do, otherwise I need more details to, all right, cool. You can add padding between grid containers using grid padding or row. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm going to go back here. I'm just getting rid of everything. I'm just gonna go completely totally crazy with this. I think I've CSS grid max width. Content. Select grid, grid columns, 200, min max, 200 auto. Alright. Alright. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all the padding and the margin. And I'm going to heavily rely on CSS grid. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to jump onto the dashboard page. Let's do a quick one. This should be, all right, card component. If we right hand click and we go to this, go to declaration or usage, we've got the card in here at the moment. So at the moment, the grid will take up the whole thing, but with the dashboard page, what we could do is we could go into here. I'm going to open up the styles. I'm going to open up the media variables. So we've got something like this. I think originally, if we go to mockup.NearBeach, originally we've got this set to 832. Oh, that's ignoring the padding, I think. Yeah, that's ignoring the padding. So if I go to computed or layout, sorry, it is 32 on a 32. Actually, no. 832. Yeah, 832. All right. So it's 832 across. What I'm going to do is class equals dashboard page. All right, we're gonna do that. We're going to have dashboard page in here. We're going to have display grid, and then grid template columns is now this had it over here to be something like this. We're just going to copy that and we're just going to paste it into here like this, and we're going to delete this. We're going to get those variables, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up this. I'm going to put this over here. Oh, piss off. I'm going to put this over here. So I will probably get rid of all of the card sizes, because if I do it with the grid size, I think that's going to be a lot better. Yeah. All right. So, how am I? All right. So I'm going to go set all the grid size here. I'm actually going to copy all of that, because we could potentially use all of those grid sizes. Oops. Fuck off. Sorry, excuse my French. I had the caps on. That'll be grid. That'll be grid. That'll be grid. That would be grid, grid, that would be grid, grid. All right. So what am I doing? Essentially, I'm going to set the grids. I've set some variables, right? Like here, to be like, all right, cool. That's how wide I want the grid components to be at any given point. Whereas in other sort of cases, I'll set it so it'll take all of that space up, like we've just done before. Down here, we've got the grid columns sort of stuff. We don't want 200. We want content to be just 200. Oh, sorry, not that. Min-max is common, built-in function. All right, cool. So I'm going to comment that out. I'm going to go grid template columns, and I'm going to go min-max. We're going to do 0 to variable, and we're going to do it at the large grid width. All right, and then if I go over here, and not to the mock-up, sorry, over here, and I'm going to hit refresh. It's not the large. All right. Card dashboard page. All right. Display grid. this. Alright, I have to copy this. I just go boop, boop. Oh, it's all putting it in. Alright. Alright, 1 FR. Alright, cool. Max width. Yeah. All right. I'll figure this out properly. At a later date, of course. But yeah, I think we could potentially use grid. So if I have a lot of things moving around and having different orders and stuff like that, I think grid would be a lot better. Yeah, all right. And then so 1 FR, max width is going to be var, that's going to be extra large grid width, and then margin is going to be auto, and that sets all of that like that. And then if we do something like that, it should readjust everything. We're perfectly fine with that. And if I start shrinking it, it'll go into this mode. All right, cool. And then we just need to add in some padding. So that is, if we go CSS grid padding, that would be like the gap. So that would be It'll be 0.5 REM. So I'll do this in mobile phone first. Column gap didn't do anything. I'm just going to put gap. All right, give me 2 seconds. I just heard someone run in. Okay. Max is in. Alright, so gap isn't working. Now the problem is if I do padding, it's going to destroy what we've got. Let's say 1 REM. And then, oh no. Alright, so it works with that. But I want to set it up at the card level. So I'm happy with this so far. This is pretty good. This also gives me the freedom to have different pages to have different widths and stuff like that, which I know is going to be the case. So for example, I will go over here. For example, the Kanban board will be completely and utterly different and take up the full screen. In fact, I think it takes up a lot more. Whoops, I just knocked something. All right. So yeah, so I'm just quickly just doing this cube. All right, so there are some properties I want to set by default on the card. So for example, padding. I'm going to have to do that at the card level. Now, once again, when I say padding, I mean I'm going to have to actually figure out what's the best sort of way I want to do this moving forward. As you saw before, the padding was mucking up with the grid, and then I'll probably do want to use grid sort of stuff inside it. Because then I can use my, I can be very precise. So, yeah. Alright, and welcome back everyone. Let's get back into it. Workshop. Yeah. So, I'll leave this like this. This is fine, this is working. As you can see, it's working here, and then when we get, I hate that bug. And then when we get to this size, it'll lay out everywhere. I know it's really, really large. We can shrink that down to the large one, which I don't know why I put extra large in there. That's looking a lot better. Now, with the card component, we don't have any margin or anything in here, because the instant we do, so if I go padding, let's say 0.5 RM, let's say 4 RM, all right, make it really, really big. And then we go into mobile mode. Oh, I hate how it does that. All right, that one's fine, but if I go into this, okay, no, that one's working fine. All right. But I think if I have grid inside it, it's going to cause problems because we are passing stuff through. Yeah. All right. In which case, then what I want to do here is I want to do padding. And it's going to be on mobile phone, one that much. I think 0 at the top and then that much on either side. That one, that's fine. And then at media, we've got the small screen. Then we do the padding. I think we had it like that. So when we hit the small screen, it's a bit bigger. And then on the larger screens, media, I'm just going to go large screen. We're going to go padding. We'll do 1 RM at the top and then 2 RM at either side. And I think that's looking good. So that will be done on these pages. Yeah, I think that will be the best sort of solution. It gives me more control of this. It does mean I need to put stuff everywhere. But once again, more control. More control. All right. Sweet. So, hey socks. She's like, sup. Biatch. No, socks, no. Don't be mean. Don't be nasty. She's like, no, I am. Alright. Now if we click on project, this one, once again, we've broken stuff straight away, which kind of makes sense. We might actually have, for example, on the search, actually have this bigger than the dashboard. It does kind of make sense having it bigger. Let's fix this up right now. So we have project, we've got project page. Oh, this will be part of the search, sorry. Where am I? There I am. Search, we've got search page in here. So we've got the search filter and search results. This is just plain old div. Now, oh, is that music glitches? All right, which one is this one? All right, I'm just gonna skip to this. All right. So this one's a bit tricky because I've made a div element that's like that, and then I've got two classes under it. Not going to be too bad. Let's go in here. Let's do class equals, and then this will be search page. Easy done. We'll go down here to the styles. We're just going to go dot search page. We're just going to do that. And then we're going to copy what's from the dashboard. Just because we kind of like it. Easy done. We're just going to do something like that. So we're up the display grid. We've got all this. We're actually going to make this extra large grid width. So yeah, we're giving it some extra space. From here, what we could potentially do is we're definitely getting rid of the padding. We're keeping the margin auto, and the reason being is a lot of what's in here is going to need to be tweaked. So we've got the card, and then we've got like the card header. Oh, we need to tweak the card header. All right, not a problem. Yeah, not a problem at all. Sorry, I'm stretching. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm really just, I'm just absolutely gutting the CSS and redoing it all, which is fine. This is why we do it in a vertical slice. Because we get to a stage where we're like, oh, I'm going to change this. All right, time estimated arrival 550. 5. All right. No, all right. Now they've changed that. All right. Okay. Cool. That means I got to wake up at 5. All right. So that will be part of the card. All right. So I'm happy with this being here, like this. I'm happy with all of that. And then what we want to do is we're going to open up the search filter. Yep, we kind of still want that to be like that. It is rather huge. We then... Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna go down here. I've got the instructions set to that, but we also have a subtext. Sorry. That was meant to be like that. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, that's understandable. All right, cool. We want to keep the instructions like that because the instructions will connect to that pretty well. What we want to do is we're going to fix all of this up in a second. So we've got the card component, we've got the card header. Once again, I'm just going to double check on the card header itself. We've got a bunch of stuff that card header, border radius, going to be none. That's no longer getting used. We're no longer doing margin and padding. But we're dealing with the border radius. And then if we go into here, we've got all of this set up like that. Oh, this is going to affect other pages too. So for example, the dashboard, subtext and div, and that's working in the projects. And then you go into here, this is the card header. Alright, yeah. But the thing is, now do I need a card header? Because if I'm doing everything in grid, this becomes a lot easier to do. Sorry, my phone keeps going off. All right. So now I've got to think how I want to actually... When you change something, you then got to deal with the consequences of that change. And now I want to sort of work with this to be like, all right, cool. We've got the search projects. I've then realized that, do I need this header function in here? Because all it's doing is it's really just doing this. And even then, like, I think the card body component itself, border radius, yada yada yada. I mean, there will be always a header, but when it's might be one of those things that I just get rid of. But it, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm just having a big think about this. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I want to play around with something first. So we've got the search page, and then we've got the search filter. All right, everything's in here. We've got the card header. We're passing through the card header and so forth like that. The card header itself handles the edges being rounded and stuff like that. That's why we want to include it. But that being said, not exactly needed. We've got a search input here, which is another field. Don't worry about that. That's just going down a layer. We've got instructions. So here I want to put in a class equals search filter. And then I want to go down here and I want to go search filter. And then from here, I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to go all the way down here and we're just going to do this. We're going to do something like that very, very quickly. I want to do something like that. And I want to do something like that. So now the next thing I want to do is I want to get rid of the flex in here. So the instructions I'm happy with, that's perfectly fine. The search options, which are these two options down here, I kind of want to reorganize because I'm not happy with how they're laid out. What I do want to do, so we've got search options. I feel like we've got the card header, but then the card header itself is literally card header. We've got the P instructions, we've got the search input, which I'll figure out what that class is in a second. Let's actually go to that right now. We've got the template search. And then, yeah, this is using, all right. Input is 100% width. All right, yep. All right, cool. So this would be div class equals search input. I'll break that apart. I'll do that, and I'll do that, and I'll reorganize this, and I'll do that. All right, cool. And then search itself is an icon, so I'm not worried about all of that. And then I've got to search input in here. I'm just going to get rid of that. So we're just going to go all the way to the end. Like so. Let's just do that linting again. We've got the search filter. So if I go in here, we've got search options. If I get rid of search options, and I piss this off completely, we'll have something like this. All right, all fine and dandy. Let's put this on mobile view. All right. Yeah, it's working. All right, it's fine. We're gonna have one column. So we're just gonna have grid column. Oh, what was it? Grid. Display grid first. Grid template columns. It's just going to be one RF. All right, cool. Everything fits in there. Ooh, no, it doesn't. All right, so that's the stuff below. What I'm going to do to save confusion and stuff like that, I'm just going to comment that out for the moment. All right, we'll come back to that. So we've got this, the search projects. So what I want to do on the search filter is then I want to go grid template rows. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. With the header one, I'm just going to bring up main, because in here we've got the font size 2 rem, but the line height is 2. All right, cool. We're going to grab that. I'm just going to put that over there for reference. We've got 2.125 rem for the first column. And then what I want to do, 1 RF. I'm just going to do that for the moment. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so it'll be kind of like that. So we should have this being that, and then that. automatically having a decent amount of space. All right, cool. So everything's spaced out. Sweet. This just means that we get to space this out even better. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to do something like that. Oh, all right. No, that doesn't work. But I'm not too fussed about it because we can play around with this grid now. So we've got 2.125, 2.125. I'm just going to up this one to 3. I think that works. Surprisingly. So we're going to do something like that. And then what I got to do is I've got to do the padding, of course. So we'll do padding. We'll do 1.5 REM at the top. 0.5 REM at the top. And then I want to do 0.5 REM around on the sides. So now we've got to take into consideration, yeah, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that. This is part of the search page in here, margin auto. I was doing 4 REM. Oh wait, these are cards. All right, no, not a problem. Hang on. I'm going to go font size 8 pixels. All right, there's a reason for this. I want this font really, really tiny. And I am going to ignore that, and I'm going to go 1 REM. All right, cool. I'm going to refresh. We're going to go back over here. We're going to change this to 1 REM. Easy done for the font size. The padding, we're going to do 0.5 REM at the top. I think that's a good enough size for the padding, but all of the grid stuff still works. But then again, it's when we add in columns, it's going to be the problem. Okay. Another thing I'm going to do is we've got 2 sort of checkboxes in here. We've got the search option, which what I'm going to do, actually I would probably get rid of those search option. I can simplify this even further. So it's just that. And then the checkbox component, I'm just going to go into that. This is ID, type, and then I'm just going to go class. This should actually have to give class equals checkbox component, like so. And then it should be dot checkbox component. Like that. All right, cool. Get rid of that. All right, so there we go. We're moving that in there. So then that will work like that. And that will still look like that. And then what I want to do so I want to add in classes into here. I want to go class equals. This will be closed objects. And this one will be external groups. Like so. Easy done. Then down here, what we want to do is we want to add in that sort of grid stuff, but we'll stick with this for the moment. So this looks good on the search. I'm going to move it to the iPad. This still looks reasonably well. I want to check the dashboard, so it's small screen. All right, so there's what we're doing with our usual padding. I want to go into here, and what I want to do, I want to just paste that over. So yeah, all right, cool. If we go to the iPhone, yep, that's looking fine, and we go to the iPad, yep, that's looking fine. But with the iPad, we want these separated out. Oh, with that being said, they're fine like that. And then with the laptop, oh, all right. So we've got a problem here. We've got to actually extend this grid. So that's pretty easy to do. So when we're on a, now this is for, let's have a look at for, that will be 2x larger screen. So if I go back down to 1024, yeah, we need to fix that. 768. That one's fine. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring up the main. When we go to large screen, we need to increase the this. That's just as simple as going up here. Large screen. Top one is going to be 3.25. So here's fine. And there we go. That's fine. We can, oh no, that's fine. Having those like that, that's fine. I like that. That's looking a lot better. And then if we get rid of all of that, that's working perfectly fine. Let's fix up our other one. So we're going to close the search page. We're going to close that one. 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 With the search results, let's add that back in. We're like, oh God, oh no, it's disgusting. We are going to definitely change all of this. So let's open up the search results. We're going to go to that declaration or usage, and here it is. So it's a card component. We're just calling it search results, margin top, padding. We're just going to get rid of that straight off the bat. Boom. All right, cool. That's fine. We're going to get the parent to actually handle that. So we've got two things in here under search page. So search page, what we can do is we can add in display grid. I'm just going to refresh so everything's all hunky-dory, and then what we can do, oh, we've already got display grid, that's perfectly fine. So we've got one row. What we can do is we can go grid template gap, grid row gap, And I'm just going to put 100 pixels at the moment, just to be really, really silly. Originally over here, what we actually had is we had 1 REM. So we're just going to go 1 REM. Easy done. Well, that's perfectly fine. And then what we want to do, we want to delete all of that. That's looking perfectly fine. And then our next thing we want to do is we want to have a look at the search results. So we've got all of this. So we've got the search header, which we want to get rid of this. So there we go. We've got that close now. We want to deal with the search header first. The little tiny bug. And I want to go to that declaration or usage. There's a lot of CSS in here. A lot of CSS that we're going to get rid of. So for example, the flex direction, width, translate, all of that stuff. The object tag ID, ooh, that might be display none. Okay, yeah, no, I like that. All right, cool. So yeah, a lot of this will be changing. So the padding, get rid of. Translate, get rid of. Width, get rid of. Flex direction, get rid of. Display, grid. So boom. All right, cool. The next thing, grid, template, columns. So we'll need, according to this, 3 columns. 33%. Oh, that's for the tag and ID. All right, cool. Otherwise, it's 2/3 for the title. So wherever I put this, we want we're not doing that. Give me a couple of seconds. We're just jumping into here. So grid column, 1/3. All right. We're just going to go 1 RF and then 1 on 3. All right. No, it doesn't like that. I mean, we could do that. Because it's 2/3 and 1/3. All right, yep. Repeat 3 on FR. I keep spelling repeat wrong. So display grid. Now, if we go back over here, we've got 3. They do look like they're sort of sprayed out, displayed right. However, for larger sizes, so medium screen, we don't want that. We don't want that. All right, cool. I'm just getting rid of a lot of this stuff. And in fact, I'm going to get rid of all this confusing stuff. And once again, we're going to start with the mobile. So we've got the mobile. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of ID from here. We're just going to have title and status. So, in reality, what we need is everything like this being object, ID, tag, display, none. And we're happy, it's gone. However, what I want is for the object title, I want it to take up 2 columns. So I'm going to go grid column start. That's going to be a 1. Grid column end. That's going to be a 3. And for the object status tag, I'm just double checking I spelled that right. Yep, all right, cool. The object status tag, we're going to have grid column start is going to be a 3 and grid column end is going to be 4. So it's going to be like that, and I like that. That's quite nice. Now, we might want to add in a bit of padding. So I'm just going to go padding, and I'm just going to go 4 REM and 1 REM. I'm just playing around with something. Yeah, all right. If I get rid, and let's say I do 0 REM, and I'm just going to refresh. That probably is this stuff down here. All right, give me a couple of seconds. Search results. I am going to just make those disappear. All right, we're just making those disappear. And then we're just going to play around with this again. All right, so the padding does work. With the padding with the top, we'll probably do a 0.1 REM and then 0 for that. But we'll notice that it really hits the edge. So we'll do a 0.5 REM all around. All right, cool. So we're happy with that now. Now, if we go to the iPad, we're still happy with that. All right. Let's actually go with the laptop screen. I'm still happy with that. Though I need to actually include the rounded edges whenever it's above a certain size. However, that being said, I could connect these components or no, I won't. Okay, oops, sorry, socks, didn't mean to scare you then. But also, I need the ID in there. So we need to add in the media thing. So at media, and this is where we go. I don't know if it's the iPad size that we originally had it. 7/8, yeah, I think it was the medium screen. One way we can bring that back. We can actually bring back just one of these search results, like so. So yeah, it is the medium screen. If we go smaller than that, you'll notice how the ID pops up above. Yeah. So with the header, what we want is medium screen. We're now going grid template columns, and this is where we do 6. So we're doing 6 free ones. This is going to be a lot easier for me to sort of lay things out on here. That's all. That's why I'm picking 6. And then we just do at media for this, where it's medium screen display. It's just going to be a block component now. And then what we want to do is grid column start. It's going to be starting at 1, grid, column, end. Now this is where we can do edit end number 3 and have a little bit of gap. That's 2. So if we do, if we do edit at the end, so that's taking up 2 columns. So that's a third. We could do something like that. And then we're just going to do it with the title. And then I go grid, column, start. This one will be starting at a 3, grid, column, end. That one will be... Now this one is the title, so it will extend not... It'll extend quite a number. So if we got 6, and then it'll be 7, 6, 5. I'll end at 5. At media. Got the medium screen, and then we've got the grid, column, start. This will start at 3, grid, column, end. Oops, sorry. Start at 5 and end at that. So if we now have a look. Or probably I'm just going to hit refresh. I've probably done something wrong. I'm going to go search header, repeat 6. We've got the problem again with the even fields. Yeah, that's where we had CSS, grid, even columns. I could just search this up, but we've got this here. Yeah, we've got to do something weird like this. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to cut this. I'm just going to paste this in. Yeah, that one's going to be 3. That's going to be repeat, min, max, 0 to that, like that. And then if we go over here, that should not be, that should be a third. Actually, no, that's going to be a 6th. All right. 2 to 6. 6 to 7. There we go. All right, cool. And everything sort of lines up now. All right. And then, yeah, we'll fix up the next one in a second. I'm just going to double check everything. So I'm just going to just comment that out. We're going to go over here. Yep, that's working perfectly fine. And as we sort of increase stuff, it should pop out that card when we get past that page. All right, cool. Yep. And there's that bug. All right. So we are going back to the iPhone 11. We are going to bring back in all of these search results. We're going to close. We're going to close that header. Famous last words. I'm going to have to reference something from it. Won't I? We're going to go not into this implementation, but this declaration or usage. And as you see, it's pulling in everything. This is a search card. We've got the object ID, object tag ID. So I'm happy with all of this so far. Oops, I didn't have the Twitch chat open. Once again, we're going to get rid of this. We're just going to put in grid. We're going to get rid of that. 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 Border bottom. Yeah, we'll get that in. We're going to keep that one in. We're going to remove that. And we're pretty much going to remove all of that. And this is where I was like, oh, I'm not going to need that, and now I need it. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to copy all of this. All right, and we're going back into search card. And what we're going to do is we're going to paste it open like that. Now up here we've got one ID, and what I want to do is I want to go to that. Yeah, all right. We won't need that anymore. We actually won't need that anymore, nor that. Oh, hang on. Oh. We need the object title and the object status. So it's going to be 3 things in here now. That's all good and dandy. We've got the search card, cool. We've got the search card, so display grid, border bottom. This should now be going crazy because we've just destroyed a bunch of things. Not a problem. I'm just gonna hit refresh. Yeah, it didn't like any of that. So search card. Yeah, something's gone wrong. All right. I'm just gonna undo. All right, we got it back to where it was. Grid, padding, we're getting rid of. Actually, no, padding was fine. Padding was 0.5 rem. Once again, we'll probably change that depending on the screen size itself. And once again, if these variables keep popping up and so forth like that, we will put them in pretty much a mix in or something. I'll figure it out where how we're going to do that. All right, so for the bottom, we're going to keep in. So it's looking like that at the moment. And what I want to do is I want to get rid of that. That's fine. Object title, I'm fine with. This one in here, the object tag, I want to get rid of. So this I now want to get rid of. So we've got it, and we've got it there. And essentially I'm just going to get rid of everything. So we've got the grid looking like this now. It's pretty hideous. All right. Sorry, just stretching. What we want to do is we want to go in here. We want to do grid template columns. All right, and then we want repeat. No, we just want one of 2. Yeah, we want 2. But this is going to be different. This is going to sorry, this is going to be 3. This is going to be repeat 3 min max 0 1 fr. So that gives us the even columns. Notice how things are lining up now pretty well. Then what we want to do, grid template rows. We want repeat 2 min max 0 to 1 fr. So we've now got 2 in there. You're probably wondering, okay, what's going to happen? I'm having an idea. I'm just thinking it out slowly. So straight off the bat, this object ID tag, yep, all right, cool. We're doing stuff normally. What we want is grid column start, and we're just going to go 1, and grid column end, we're going to go 2, so it's going to be that tiny one which is already there, but then we're going to go grid row start, it's going to be 1, and then grid row end is going to be 2, which nothing has changed. All right, we're fine with that. Yep, cool. And then we've got the object title. That is going to be grid column start. It's going to be 1, and then grid column end. I'm going to go 4 for the moment. And then we go grid row start is going to be 2, and then grid row end is going to be 3. So it sits like that. And it will continue over, all the way over. Now I've got to do that for this one too. And as you can see, some of these things, they wrap around. But we'll get there. All right, so the last one would be the object status tag. And you can use Tailwind, CSS, it's easy to do CSS there. Sure, but at the same time, I don't want so many classes and all that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, I'm just experimenting with this. So, yeah. Grid column start with this one. So this one, because we've got 3 rows, it'll be, sorry, 3 columns. It'll start at the 3rd column, grid column end at the 4th one. Grid row start, this is going to start at number 1, and grid row end do that. So that's up there. Now, it works for the development and stuff like that, but for some strange reason, this one's just bumping a line. And also, we kind of want it looking like this down here. So I'm just going to inspect this very, very quickly. Specifically this. Now, I'm going to have to change those colors and stuff like that. Because yeah, I put that in thinking it'll look nice, but at the moment I'm not seeing it. I'm not liking it. Yes. Yes, I do. My day job is mostly Embraco and .NET builds. So yeah, I do get paid as a developer. All right, I'm going to change some of this design. So I'm going to get rid of the the object ID tag, I'm going to get rid of the color, but the color is meant to point out. I don't think the color's working. Honestly, I don't think that's working at all. Decoration, line, none. All right, cool. Background color. Yeah, we're getting rid of all of that. That's just me just doing that. And then just doing that. And then that should just get rid of that like that. All right, cool. Easy done. The next thing I want to get rid of is the padding for this. Yeah, get rid of it. Display table, get rid of that. All right, cool. That's looking better. Margin bottom. Yeah. The border radius will go. The font size we're happy with. The text decoration, that one, and the color. It's going to be the text color. But even then, it's still sort of that blue type of thing. Oh, instead of that, it'll actually be down here. The color. There we go. All right. The next thing is I want to get rid of this gap in between all of this, and I want to grid overflow. Because these are spans, I can change them to divs now. And oh no, that would also be a div. Sorry, span. There we go. And then with this, overflow. I hate when that happens. Overflow. All right, cool. And then, yeah. All right, so let's once again figure this out. This is going to be a router link. We do want that as a span for the moment, just for the moment. That's the object tag ID. That's there. In fact, we might not need that. Actually, no, best practice. Let's do best practice. Okay, and then it's going to be like that, and then it's going to be like that. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. All right, let's go back to search card. So I'm happy with the object title being like that, and then we're going to have object status like that. And if I go to that declaration, we should have object status tag like that. So that means we don't need that. This means we can have stuff like that. I've got to make it. I'm going to get the linter to do stuff like that, but that's fine. Higher order status, property. So we're passing that down to the object status view. So object status tag. No, that's fine. Hang on. I had it. Sorry. It's getting very, very late. Declaration or usage. And then we have it as a span in there. However, that should be a computed part now. So, import computed from Vue. So down here, this will just be probably computed. This will be the const class names equals computed, and then it'll just be a simple return. It'll be object status tag followed by the props higher order status. Easy done. We go down here. This can just suddenly become a span. This can suddenly just become a class equals class names. That means that gets rid of that, that gets rid of that. We format this to be a lot better. This then just becomes object status tag. We've got all of that in there like that. All right, cool. Object status tag. We've got the padding, we've got the margin, we've got the border radius, we've got the font size. Yep, that's all how we want it to be. Then got all of those working perfectly fine. All right, cool. But then it takes up the whole entire thing. If I make that a div, that still takes up the whole entire thing. What if I do line height equals 1 rem? It's meant to be span. Whoops. I'm just gonna refresh. Hang on. Let's go back to project. All right. So that should be a span, which we're happy with. All right. I'm just gonna play around with something very, very quickly. So if we go back to the search card itself, and when 3 columns. When it's this small, I like that, so 2 columns, and then the rows. However, the rows would be, let's say 1 rem. For the moment, we're gonna adjust this, and then 1 fr, and then pretty much everything else will just disappear. So that's the grid row. So we've got everything up like that now. And I've done that for a reason, because I want to actually see if we can do an overflow. So one thing which I've spotted straight away is we have, under the search object tag, we actually have margin bottom, font size which we want, text decoration, alright, cool. But that's, some strange reason, appearing under? Huh. Yeah, that's a bit weird. What's the line height? Alright, I'm not too worried about that at the moment. I'm gonna hit refresh. What I want to do is I want to handle this over here. This span over here. Overflow. I'm just gonna go click or ellipses. Give me 2 seconds. CSS overflow ellipsis. I spelled it wrong. Overflow hidden. Wait. Ah, yes. All right. Cool. Yep. All right. We're going to do that right now. So with the object status tag, what we're going to do is we're going to say overflow is hidden. White space is no wrap. And then, what was the last one? Is text overflow. Ellipsis. So there you go. That's how we want it to set up. And now we're going to adjust our sizes. So I like how that's rolling around and it's taking up all that space. All right, cool. Alright, cool. So, we're dealing with the search card here. So, grid template, repeat 3 across. We've got 1 REM. We've got 1.5 REM. REM works. And that's looking a lot nicer. So we've got everything laid out really well there. We've got the project 12 with, so I'm happy with how that's laid out. Now, when we go to an iPad, we're going to have to put in the ID and move the title across here. However, that being said, I don't mind that there anymore. So I'm just having a think in my head how I want to actually do this. And I realize I really have to finish stream soon because it's nearly 4.5 hours. Now, also the status itself is rather large, so we're going to have to fix this up. But did I really want to, for something this large, actually separate the ID into another column? And I'm thinking probably not. I kind of like this Pro 12 redevelopment, and then we've got this over here. This works. This works well. So what I'm going to do in search results, we're going to go search header. We're going to go back into the decoration usage of this. We're going to keep the 3. This means on a medium screen, it's going to do that. On a, we're going to get rid of this completely, so which gets rid of this completely, which also then gets rid of this and this. And essentially we've just simplified stuff. However, that being said, when we're on the bigger screen, I'm actually going to undo a couple of these things. I'm gonna, we're going to get rid of that. Actually, yeah, I'm going to move it up into the 6. But we are getting rid of the object ID tag in here we're going to then start at the 1 and go to the 6. That does make kind of sense. And then with this, we got the 6 and 7. So we've got more space for the title, and we've got the ID there. I like that. I like that idea. All right, cool. We discovered it by mistake. So that's the great thing about this at times. So in here, what we want to do now is we're getting rid of. This is the search card. We're not getting rid of that. We're copying that. We're going at media, and it was medium screen. Oh my god. Stop. We're doing that. We're going for 6. This is fine. This will stay the same. Object title. On the medium screen, we're going to go grid, column, end, and we're ending at 6. All right. With the status tag, what we're going to be doing is we'll be ending on the 7, but the grid column start will happen on the 6th. So that will give us something like that. And that's looking a lot nicer. And when we're on here, it's compressed, but it still sort of works. And on here, yeah, just it looks a lot nicer that way. Now I know that this doesn't line up fully with that, but it's one of those things we might come back and sort of tweak here and there, but that's perfectly fine. All right. So I'm quite happy with the search results now. Yeah. And we do have a couple of errors on the page. I'm just gonna refresh. Yeah, no, those errors were part of this. We do actually have a problem when this is out at full where that mixes in with that, but we'll come back to that at a later date. Yeah. Okay, so if we click in one of these, we've now got this, and now we've got to handle this. But considering what we've done today with fixing it up everywhere else, we're going to implement that here. And I think, yeah, I think the grid will work in this for NearBeach. Just because it gives us, it's a lot more work to do, but it gives us that sort of freedom. Which is what I'm liking at the moment. Now, I'm just going to double check my network. 6.51 meg. Alright, that's fine for the moment. Can I actually build? Npm run build. That was a problem last time that we had. Could not load, new design, mockup, source, prefab, row component view. Alright, cool. I'm just going to copy that. I'm just making sure. Oh, shoot. Damn it. Just making sure most of these things will build. We had a problem last time. Property title does not exist on type. Read-only label string. Read-only is required. Boolean. Hang on a minute. That's label. unsigned. Type unknown is not assignable to type null. VModel equals model. As part of the text area component. Yeah. Time component to do required equals false, required equals true. Text area required equals false. All right. Default is going to be like that. All right. Cool. Yeah, I think I've number picker. All right, cool. Well, there's a lot of number pickers it's having problems with. Sorry, I just want to get this fixed because I didn't get to fix it during the week. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to components. We've got prefab. We've got this is part of number picker. I've got to fix this number picker up. So we should have a defined model, type number, default 0, required is going to be false, argument type, area, so number required, let's say is going to be true. Indian run dev. Let's see if it throws up an error. It does not. Which is really weird. I don't know why it throws up an error when doing this. I'm going to go all the way up to the top. So label string is not assigned to type. What's using the number picker? All right. There's something wrong with my number picker. Yeah. Type number, ID string, on focus. Wonder if I coming out that. No, it still has a problem. Give me a couple of seconds. What I'm going to do I'm going to rebuild the number picker. Won't take me too long to rebuild it, that's fine. There we go. I don't know what was wrong with the number picker, why it was throwing up issues and so forth like that. I'll get to the bottom of it. It's probably something I'm doing, but it won't take long to rebuild that. Alright, it definitely won't take long. So if we hit, we're not building that, so if we go npm run dev, or I do need something in place of the number picker temporarily. At the moment, there's nothing there. That's perfectly fine. I won't worry too much about that. It does mean with the iPad. Yeah, we are missing. We've got the start date, we've got the priority, we've got the end date, and that's now not lining up. Because the CSS doesn't actually work properly, because we're missing the story points. Not a problem. Now the rows should work, the red row start should work. 2 to 3, but we've got, alright, start date and end date. End date, media large screen. Why is that like that? Okay, alright, cool. Yeah, I just don't know why the number picker was not building. To quickly re-implement it is not hard, because I've done a lot of the hard work already. So really, it's just 3 buttons. Sorry, 2 buttons and an input. The input's in the middle. We can use grid to set everything out and lay it out. We can copy another component and do this very, very quickly. So that way we've just got a base for the moment for the number picker, and then we can implement those changes. Might be an idea to do that. But it is 11 o'clock, it is an hour to the next year. I am getting fairly tired because I need to actually, wake up at 5. So in 6 hours. So yeah. Alright. Let's go raid someone. Before we do, sorry, I'm just having a quick think about what I can do very, very quickly. The number picker, yeah, we'll re-implement that. In fact, I will put a little note in to do it. Daytime. Priority, re-implement number picker for story points. And then, yeah, our next stream will be dealing with the project page, the project detail page, which hopefully won't take too long to implement. Once we're happy with how this one is laying out and so forth like that, then yeah, I'll get a lot of feedback. There's more components that I need to implement on this page anyway. And yeah, the next sort of stuff after that is working on how we want to handle the 2FA for NearBeach moving forward, along with the login screen and so forth like that. Actually coming to a decision, because at the moment I'm wondering whether or not to continue using the Django two-factor auth, or if I should bite the bullet and just roll my own thing, because I want it to be done in Ajax type of thing. So yeah, just got to figure that out. Yeah. Anyway, I am going to say let's raid NearBeach, because we have been going for 4.5 hours. I'm going to snooze that thing because we won't be here for that. Here it is. Let's open up the. So yeah, I'm gonna mute that. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for being here tonight. It has been wonderful. I do hope you enjoy our raid. So yeah. Anyway, see you guys next year. And for those on YouTube, sadly you won't be able to follow us with the raid, but thank you very much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe because it does help the channel. So yeah,